Right, here we go. Hopefully everybody's here. I'll just have a quick check. Right, is that? Are we going? Good to go? It's a bit hard to see, really. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think everyone's there. Yeah, we good. Right, got some podium? Yes, I have. No, I don't want to watch adverts. Thanks. Oh, it's changed the format. Right. Is that good? I'm confused.
You can watch it on the telly. I just set it up. Right.
No, I don't think that is. Hold on. I think it's trying to show me the one from a second ago. Right, here we are. Right, morning everyone. You join me on the same stretch of river as I was last week, as it happens. I'm fishing the Oxford Winter League today, and it's on my, I guess, local club's stretch of river. And as it happens, I've drawn one peg down from where I was last week. I've not put the video up for that just yet. I was waiting. I didn't want to put it up just before we end up fishing a match on the same section, so that'll go up next week. But I caught 20 pounder roach last week from the peg just to my left, and roach to the target today. It's going to be slightly different though, because I'm a bit further back. Maybe I'm not another half a sectional bit maybe back, but I've got a snag on my, like 8 to 9 meter line. So I was going to fish there. So top kit, which is, the rig, is the top 5, and then 2 more. But I'm going to have to fish 4 more. So I'm going to have to fish at 13 meters today. So I need to think about speed and efficiency. I've got to work hard today if it's going to be a roach match. And, fingers crossed, I'll do all right. Weather's going to be overcast for the day. We've got 3 sections on this bank, and I think there's 3 sections on that bank. So the banks in play today are Otney's. This is Sutton Courtenay Angling Club water, and the other side is Culham Reach. I think there's about 6 teams fishing, 6 sections, 1 per section. So that's the plan. I'm fishing for Colmick A4 again. Very kindly asked if I would like to fish, and I said yes. So this is the second match I've fished for the team, so thank you for the invite, and let's see how we get on. I'm going to maybe do it a bit different today. My balls are ready to go. I'm going to chuck a load of balls in today, and then I'm going to cup maybe 2 or 3 on the same line. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I made 11 balls. It's all going to go in straight away. So yeah, what have we got? We've got 5 minutes before they're all in. It's a bit of traffic, but that'll calm down on the river as people finish their early morning activities. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm just trying to think, is there anything I've not sorted out yet? I think everything looks right. Yeah, we're good. I've got my dead maggot this week, so that's all good. I've set up 2 pole rigs today. I'll quickly go through them before we start. They're identical. You can see that I've been messing about with the elastics the last couple of weeks. So I've set up one on a blue and one on a pink. I'm going to start on the pink. 3 gram AS7 floats, and then it's 013 down to a Olivet and a bunch of number 8s, and then 6 inches for the next number 8, 6 inches for the next number 8, and then down to the hook. So it's 6 inches 8, 6 inches 8, 6 inches bulk. That's the rig. 18 inches top to bottom, size 18. The K1 from Guru, size 18, fire, micro barb, ultra sharp, ultra strong. It's an 09 bottom, and that's the rig. And there's been no wind, and now the wind's started to get up, which I don't really want for fishing 13 metres all day long. I've got a relatively long line. I've got a decent run down to my right. River runs from left to my right, so that'll be the plan. And I just need to, I'm just talking whilst thinking about how I'm going to ball it today. I think I'll just put the pole pot out actually and ball it over that rig. I don't think anything's going to go wrong with that idea. It's going to get caught in the flow, but I think that'll be alright. Yeah, it's that with the pole feeder, and I'd rather it was the pole pot. So yeah, ready to go. That rig, really hard. If I do find it too tricky, or I think I'm getting out roached, then I've set the pole feeder up, and I will go out on the usual double dendrobina. Which reminds me, I need the hook lengths for that. That'll be a 3 foot 017 size 12 MWGB hook will go on there. I've got 2 left on that spool, which will do me. Morning, Steve. So yeah, we've got about a minute, and then I'm going to ball it, and then I'm going to cup a few balls in. So just wait for the all in. Plan today is catch roach, lots of them. Anything over £10 will be great. £20 will be excellent. I'll bowl some, cup some. I think it's the plan. There's the all in. So we'll quickly shake this pole out. Just put it on my bar, which is a little bit high. Just because of that, I will cut some extra ones in, I think. I'm just going to spend a few minutes getting this right. Just move that camera over. There's a lot of balls of ground bait going in this river right now. The guys on the far bank don't look like they're putting as much in as the people on my bank. I can hear them and see them, so guy on the far bank has started short and looks like a whip in that section, but it's interesting to see how anglers start their match on the river. I'm still trying to watch as much as I can and learn as much as I can whilst trying to fish, you know. It's very unusual where you get people both sides of the river, so I'm going to take full advantage of that and try and have a bit of watch of what people do. I'm a firm believer that you only get better at fishing, especially match fishing, by watching anglers that are better than you. Guy on the far bank is fishing a short line down the river to his right. Similar to the guy next to him, actually. I would say probably it's a worm line. However, my experience is there's not so many perch in here, in this section. Which is why you don't see me put a worm line in. I think this is all out roach and bream. So last one. Someone trying to bring the water level up by a couple of foot down there. Let's see what we can catch. Caught well on double maggot for the last 2 weeks, but you know, I always want to start the match in the same way. Okay, here we go. First run down. Oh, it's gone down on that line again over this far side. He's caught again short. First fish for me. No messing about. I forgot to bring the clicker. Darn, I was meant to bring a clicker, wasn't I? Right. One. Let's do this. Move those bait, move the phone so I can chat to you all. So I've got to keep an eye on my pole sections today. After having my top kit come off last week, I don't want that to happen in front of all these anglers today. If someone could just let me know that the picture looks okay, I've turned the camera around, so you should have a good view. It's very promising. Just about swing that. Single maggot. Just stay on that. A good stamp quality roach, those two. I should have checked these pole sections just before, I didn't, so I'm going to lose a bit of time there. So yeah, hopefully that should look okay. I know you can't see the float, that's unfortunate. It's been so grey today, I think the yellow tip float would have been slightly better, but I don't have any, so we're going to stick with this orange. So the two fish opposite, none to my left, I think. Opposite bank. They're not in my section, but it's just a good judge of. I think that's getting stuck on the bottom. What else is getting caught? rowers should finish at about 11 o'clock. I expect them to finish at about 11. The float's gone under them a couple of times. I'm not too sure if that's a bite or whether it's hit the bottom. I plumbed it up and I should be fishing over any debris. And this fish. Guy opposite me's put his short line down, gone out on his long pole. Thanks, Grimley. So yeah, maybe that was fish those last two times. Check that top kit's nice and secure. Definitely a shoulder roach over that bait where I put in. I think that there's loads of roach all the way down this stretch of river. I remade these rigs yesterday, especially for the match today, and the flow is sitting down a little bit further than I thought it would. Makes me think that my rigs have just been undershotted for the last 2 weeks. Hopefully I should have some better bite detection. So we're 4 fish in, 10 minutes in. They're all 3-4 ounce roach. Or I would say let's go for 3 ounce roach, something like that. So not many to the pound. Target weight is between 10 and 20 pound, and that's a really good start. So what I've learned from these last few weeks is don't be shy to put more bait in. So I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to put more bait in via the ground bait. Then I'm going to follow the same pattern as I did last week, which is after 45 minutes. So 1/4 will be the time. It's nice that the river's slowed down a little bit since last week. I said that I thought it would fish really well today, and that's how it started. Can't talk to you for 5 hours, James. I'm a ringer, it's alright. Just settling that float a little bit more. A bit keen on striking then. Good, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Catch me today. I'm fishing a Oxford Winter League match, fishing for Colmick A4. And, catching some roach on the River Thames. Standard 5-hour match. We started a bit later today. We started fishing 10:30 till 3:30. So there was plenty of time to get set up. Just going to stay on this pink hydro, it's working well. Missing a few bites though. Not quite sure if it's hitting if it is the bottom or if it's fish. Just trying to watch this float. See, it's really dotted down now. It still seems to run through, but and sometimes it's not so far. That fish says to me it wants to be netted, so that's what we're going to do. But yeah, these are great quality weight building roach. Look, these are lovely fish. I think you said the cane hurting, which makes me think that you're possibly American. Is that right? It's not so. You won't see people fishing a pole in the US. Like my friend Grimley here, who's busy catching bass and stuff like that on lures. But where we fish lakes and rivers in the UK, and we're fishing for roach and bream and dace, pole fishing is the number one go-to these days for accuracy, and it has been for 20 years, 30 years. How old am I? Old enough. 30 years the pole has been the go-to method of catching fish. It's not to say you can't catch on the float. Of course you can, fishing a running line or follow float, you can do all of that. However, when you're going to put a load of ground bait in and you want to fish over the top of it, then you cannot beat fishing a pole for accuracy. It cannot be beaten. So I'm not happy with the float. I get the feeling I want to take a number 8 off and put a number 11 on, but I haven't brought anything to do that with, and I have to bite the shot off, which I don't mind doing, but I might damage my rig. So whilst I don't think it's perfect, I'm going to have to settle for it, and then I'm going to have to think about how I shot these up. I would like it to be just a little bit higher than what it is, like halfway down the bristle at most, and it's not, it's 3/4 of the way down. So the light conditions aren't brilliant. There's a bit of ripple, I can't see it. Right. See when it sticks to that, it's too much, I've got no choice. I'm going to have to bite the bullet. I've got to get one of these shot off. This one that's moved. This is the perfect target. It's moved. But I get my nail in there and you're off. Brilliant. That's a stroke of luck. Let's see how it looks now. It's not going to sit way too high, but I can soon add a number 11. That's perfect. That'll do me, I think. There, that's, oh, bumped it. Hang on. Bait's good. Let's get back out. Whoops. Thought I could swing that one in. Stamp of fish is better than the stamp last week, I would say. So that's good. It would be cool to see people in the US start using cases. Yeah, it would. Kevin, it's just more effective. It's more accurate. I've put in, I don't know if you saw, Kevin, at the beginning, I put in 11 balls of ground bait, and with the pole I'm able to fish exactly over the top of that ground bait. There's no debate that I'm fishing right over the top of that bait, so I can run it through exactly where that bait is, which, as you can now see, which is exactly where those fish are sitting, and I can't do that on a float. If I was fishing, I wanted to chop further down, or the river was flowing a bit faster, or I was loose feeding over the top, of course you could do it. You know, I could fish a waggler down here, I could fish a stick float down here, I could fire out hempen caster and do that type of fishing. But I can guarantee you I will not catch the same weight. You know, the reason people don't do it in matches and stuff like that on venues like this is because it's not as effective. That's not to say that people use poles exclusively all the time, you know, that's not true. But on this part of the river, the Thames especially, for catching these fish in this method, you won't beat the pole. And that's why people use poles. Often when I fish in Abingdon town centre, which I do quite a bit in the summer, you'll see me sitting on the side of the river with a rod in my hand, with a close face reel, fishing a stick float, firing out hempen caster, catching roach and choblets. But when I want to fish a match like this, it's the pole all day long. Just look at the speed, you know, how quickly I can get that fish in, get it unhooked, get the rig back out, not Is it in the right place? It is in the right place. It's right over that ground bait. Let's just run past it. Is there any fish sitting at the back? Which is more efficient than just bringing it back in again. 2 or 3 more seconds. No, bring it back up. And I can run it exactly the same place. I don't have to reel in, cast out. You know, it's just quicker. Okay, that's 2 runs without a bite. Why is that? Why is that? Now, I did hook a pike last week, and off the back of that there were a few pike caught actually. Not hooked, not caught, I should say, hooked. So on our club match last week, oh, it's a bit fast, there were, I think, 5 or 6 anglers reported that they'd hooked pike. You know, where there's lots of roach, there's lots of pike, you know, that makes sense. So I did come, I brought my boys pike fishing this week down this stretch. We had 3 pike, I think it was. Yeah, 3 pike. The largest was 14 pounds that we had out of the peg that I was in last week, as it happens. All beautiful competition fish, you know, they're sitting in here having a nice easy lunch, feasting on these roach. So I do expect at some point, you know, a pike to come in the peg or sit over the ground bait. This happened last week. And at some point I'm going to ship this back and go, oh, there's a pike on the end of that. Right now this elastic's working. I wish I could swing it a little bit more confidently, but it's all good. I'm finding reasons to complain. Yeah, this is a lot of effort, you know, but I'm fishing a competition. So you got to put the effort in. The rest of the anglers are going to do it. Right? You got to work hard if you want to win competitions. Okay, I've lost count of the fish. I think I'm up to maybe 8 to 10 fish already, well over a pound. Well on for target weight. Been fishing half an hour. Staying on single maggots, working well. I won last week, Steve. I had £20. Came first. Sloppy. Yeah, £20 a roach, and I lost a bonus fish, which I don't know if it was a pike or not, but my rig snapped. I was trying to work out, I'd used the same rig as the week before, and I couldn't work out where or why there could have been a problem. And then I was having a little play through the match, and actually 2 weeks ago when I was fishing, just 2 pegs up, or 2 and a bit pegs up from here, I had that bream, and the peg got caught, the rig got caught on the bramble, and that's where I think I weakened the rig. So then this week, well, last week, when there was a little bit of pressure on it, that's what caused it to snap. I didn't notice it when I was setting up, but Something I didn't think about. I'm not used to reusing rigs, but on the river, where you fish with such a long line, then you know, you can absolutely, in my river fishing moving forward. Yes, I believe so. I think I'm in the B team. Right. One of the teams has brought a runner with them today, and a runner's job in the match is to go and walk the bank, see what the anglers are catching, and then advise their own team members of any changes they may need to make. We haven't got a runner this week. I suspect that at some point, maybe one of the club anglers will come and have a look. I just heard the runner for the other team, who I know actually, he just said that everyone's catching, so competition is on. I've got hemp in my ground bait, Gary. So my ground bait mix is 1 bag of Census Roach, 1 bag of Census River Dark, 1 bag of Census River Normal, so it's a brown one and a dark one, and into that, for 10 balls of ground bait, I put 250 ml of hemp, I put 250 ml of caster, and I put about 150 ml, 175 ml of dead maggot. And that is the same mix that I've been using on the river now for a season, summer and winter, and it's doing great for me. So what the runner will advise the team members is, one, you know, who's catching in the section, how they're catching, potentially what bait, and then if they think that their man is way behind, they might instruct their man to go and fish for bigger fish. So, you know, like, you're out of it, you're not gonna win the section, you need to go and catch a bonus fish. So change what you're doing and try and catch like a big bream or type stuff here. Then the angler should should do as the runner is telling them. So effectively the runner controls the team. That's how it works. Right, that's 2 runs, and I've had a little silver perch, little silver bream, and now I've had a bleak. So I'm just going to step up to double maggot. I am coming up for top up time in 10 minutes. So I sort of expect this to happen. I think there's so many fish here. They eat that bait that I put in at such a rapid rate. They're going to want some more. I'm not going to loose feed it, because then it ends up going down the river. And what I'm going to do is I want to put some more balls of ground bait in, so I bring those fish right back in front of me and catch them where I want to catch them. Oh, sort of net you. I can catch, I'm not quite following the conversation, but I've just seen about a 20-pound carp. I can catch carp 25-pound on this pole, no problem. You have different elastics and different strength of carbon in the top section. So this is what I would call a match kit. This is a thinner tip. It's got some more bend in it. It's good for catching these small fish. But I've also got power kits for the pole, and they're when you're looking to catch carp. And I regularly fish a venue called Gold Valley. I catch carp all day long on this pole. Different kits, and then different grade elastics in the top of it. A little bit further up the river, that rig is running a little bit better as it just gets in front of me. Then I can hold it back just a tad, let all the rig sort of go out in a straight line. Now it runs down the river and I should get a bite, but that's 2 runs now with no bite. Oh, right at the back of the peg. Now what that tells me, I'll do one more, but if that happens again, what happens is the fish, as the river pushes that bait downstream, I don't know if that's the right phrase, right? Imagine that bait is on the bottom and the river is running, you know, that bait starts to trickle downstream, and the fish, as the bait starts to run out, the fish drop further back. So it's a sign that you need to top up. Now, I'm not planning to top up for 10 more minutes, but if I've got to go early, I'll go early. Now I get everything lined up, because I expect my bite's sort of there. This sort of run here now for a couple of metres is where I expect the bite. And I've not had the bite there for 2 runs now, and now not on this run either. And further down I get the bite. So the bait is running out. I don't know if I should leave it. For another 10 minutes, or whether I should top up quickly. Morning, Neil. Just try a caster. Have a quick look. I don't know that I can pick out better quality roach by fishing a caster, to be honest. I'm just seeing that if I can get a bite further up the peg. No is the answer. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe better quality. Oh. That fish is splashing around as if it's trying to invite a pike to come and eat it. looking good. Not on this channel, Kevin. Not on this channel. I fished a lot of commercials. I still do fish a lot of commercials. I love catching carp. I love fishing a pellet waggler. I love fishing a straight lead, firing 8mm pellets. I absolutely love it. And actually, if I'm fishing a river, if I'm fishing a lake, and I then catch a few roach, I get more annoyed than anything else. You put me on a river now, stick a pole in my hand and tell me I'm going to catch 20 pound of roach in the day. I'm like, yes please. I fished the spring and the summer festival this year, did really well. So I'm, you know, straight back next year for that event, those two events. Tagging on down the bottom of the peg that. And then I've got Gold Valley for when I want to go and fish the pellet waggler and the straight lead. I've got some great lakes for doing that. So I'm kind of spoilt really. I've got all sorts of things going on, and then on top of it, I can also come down here as I did this week, catch some pike, and then next year I've been having a conversation with my son, and we are ideally located. We've got a venue just round the corner from us called Orchid Lakes, which is a carp venue that's got 30 and 40 pound carp in it, and he has got an expectation that we're going to go there next year and we're going to catch ourselves a monster carp, so that may well be on the list as well. So busy calendar next year, but I've also got a busy winter for fishing the river to be done. I'm seeming to be able to pick up a few fish on caster, so we're just going to stay on caster. I want to get 5 more minutes out of it, otherwise I'll spend too much time topping up versus the amount of time I'm fishing. So I'm a little bit conscious of that. I don't want to spend all day topping up and no day catching roach. And apologies if I'm talking at 100 miles an hour, but it's a little bit of excitement you can hear in my voice. I want to fish well for the team. You know, it's a team match I'm fishing. It's not about me as an individual angler, and you know, I want to do well, but also I want to do well for the team that I'm fishing for. I'm catching plenty. I do think it's time to put another couple of balls in. See there, I should be getting the bites there, and I'm not. I'm getting them in these next few metres. There, look. Right. Okay. 1 or 2 more runs and then I'll top up. It's crazy to believe that, you know, the fish have, it's not really, but they've eaten all that loose feed. They've been drawn into the peg. They're probably sitting there anyway. They've eaten all those loose offerings. So now they're just spread out. And they start to spread out more and more and more, and I need to put that ground bait back in and bring those fish back together. Let's have 1 more run on double maggot. And then I'll try and catch up on your comments. Alright, there again. Okay, time to top up. So I'm just going to quickly check that my sections are all nice and stiff on the pole. The cockpit was a little loose, don't like that. And I've got enough for 2 more balls in this. A little bit more ground bait, I think. Right, so 2 more balls. I cut those in over the same spot and then get on fishing again. Not really grimly. Catching a few fish. But I said at the start, didn't I? I think I said that the anglers over the opposite me aren't putting in so much bait as the anglers on my bank. I don't think they've put in as much bait, and because of that, I don't think they've not concentrated the fish enough. One of them is just putting another ball of ground bait in. I put 11 balls in and now I'm refeeding. It's all about, you know, knowing the venue and knowing the local form of the venue, and you know how it's fishing, and you know, they should have been watching my live stream last week. They would have known. 20 car. Yeah. You'll see it. Stay tuned to the channel when I go somewhere else. I'll catch you a £20 carp on this, no worries. Right. If there's a little bit of lag there on the stream, hopefully not. I still see the picture moving, but maybe there's a bit of lag. Right, cool past. It's 2 runs, I'm on double maggot. Go again, try and slow it down a little bit more this time. There, let's get me a bite. So most of the time, I'll try and talk about this in a way that makes sense to everybody. You can let the float go down at what we'll call full speed, right? Full speed. If it was a video, imagine it was 1.0, right? Playback speed. So that's the first thing you can do. Then, what you can do, and what works very well, is you start to hold it back. So when you hold the line back, the bait just sort of kicks up a little bit, makes it more visible to the fish, and then you can let it go and run again, and that bait will re-drop through the water, which is often deadly for getting your bite. So I always start by running it full speed, and if I can catch at full speed, then that's fine. And I'll slow it down to 3/4 speed, and then half speed. when you hold it back at half speed, when the river's got a bit of flow on it, you could just imagine that bait coming off the bottom, the rig being at sort of an angle, and then what I'm doing is I'm letting it go, and then it'll drop again, and then I'll hold it back again. But I just had that bite there, holding it back through the target area at about half speed. So the float's at an angle, so the rig's all at an angle.
Yeah, I feel quite aggressive with the feeling.
But I think
How's it going, Graham?
yeah, all right, James. I'm good. I'm good. Topped up.
Yeah, good. I think they'll want some nosh today.
I think they do, and I don't think the guys on the far bank are feeding them. So all the better for us on this bank. There's definitely more bait went in this side
Yeah.
than went in over there.
Probably going to win the section. The piling in the loose feed. He's got the perfect peg, so
Up at the number
guys are all good for the second.
just opposite the after the gate. The one after that.
No, the one after. Yes, the one after the gate.
Yeah, they've 14-15 pound out of there last week.
No, it's the other one. The next one. Up.
Oh, is it? Isn't that the one with the really tight trees?
Could be. But he's catching fish 8 or 9 meters.
Is he? Let's see what happens when he hooks a bream. So that was the peg that I won from a couple of weeks ago. That's doing really well. He's able to fish a bit shorter, which means you can be a bit quicker. But you know, let's see. He's obviously catching a few. Not on the river, but I do back shot on a when fishing for F1s and fishing on the lake. Yeah. You see, if he's fishing at 8-9 meters, whereas I'm fishing at 13. You know, I've got to ship out 2 more sections of pole on the way out, on the way back. You know, it does add time. It really does add time. But that same line is where I... Why is that? To step this up. I'm on peg 4. There's 5 in this section, I think. So there's 3 anglers upstream from me and then 1 downstream. Now the thing about the upstream pegs, when we had a club match the other week, a gentleman called Paul, he had £14, £15 last week, but they were smaller stand. But my fish seem to have just disappeared for a second. I'm just concentrating on what I'm doing, which is why I'm speaking slowly. Apologies for that. Just watching that float, trying to ease it through, trying to see if there's a different speed that they want it. A pike can come through your peg, but I think it's that the fish had eaten me out in terms of the peg. We're going to put a caster on again. So it's a good point to say if you're enjoying the stream, you know, the usual drill. If you want to give it a thumbs up, we'll get the live stream in front of more people. And if you're not subscribed, if you want to consider hitting that subscribe button, turn the notifications on, you'll see when I'm fishing. It's a free way to support the channel, and it helps bring the content in front of other anglers, you know. It all helps to support the channel, so I really appreciate it. Right, that's a run through on a cast and no bite. On this, then I'll go to a single maggot, back to a single maggot. Yeah, that's way down the rib, way down the peg, that is. For no bite. That's where I want to be getting the bites. If that ground bait's worked, you know, and those fish have come, you know, back up the river, then I should get the bites there. Now, last week I denied about whether I should spend some time on the pole feeder trying to catch a bream. If I can't keep the pace up with the roach, then that is something I will have to do today. Because look, nothing again. Single maggot. And there's that. So in terms of depth, I'm fishing just off the bottom. Obviously I'm trying to keep the fish down the bottom of the river. That's where I put the bait. That's where I want to catch them. I don't want them coming up in the water. I want to catch them down there. But that's a few runs now where it's not as good. It's definitely not as good. You know, there the float should be flying under. Held that back really hard that time. Got a bite, which is good. Stamps dramatically decreased though, right? These fish are much smaller. You know, these are half the size of the fish I was catching earlier. Managed to tangle my hook length, so that's got to come off. Whoops. Right, let's get a new one. Right, there. It's against this tree on the horizon. I put it in by the angler and I expect to catch by the tree, and I'm past the tree now. Way past the tree. No bite. Better fish. How long was that? 20 minutes after I put those balls in. See, the bit difference to last week is There's a lot more anglers fishing the pole, and there's more anglers putting more bait in. So competing a little bit more for the fish. Yeah, next peg's not far away, so it might slow things down, but those last couple of casts, they definitely want it a bit slower than they did earlier. Well, these things can change during the day, right? The fish can sort of change their mood, the river can speed up just a little bit, change the dynamics. Which is what I really enjoy about fishing the river. You've got to be thinking all the time. It's a, you know, I fish the bomb and pellet, you know, the rig's the rig, and you change the feeding, but depending on what's going on, but it's relatively structured compared to this. There's more going on in the river that can impact your fishing for sure. But, you know, one better size fish and then the smaller size again. But 2 fish in 2 runs, you know, same again. I'll slow it down a little bit more in that target zone. It's got me bites the last 2 runs. Slowing it down again. That's where I want the bite, just there. And obviously, I'm not going to get a bite now, look. Live telly. Down there. There. Well, that was my bite anyway. So maybe it's taken them a while to come back. Yeah, they're there. Have a quick check on a worm. Looking for a cheeky bonus bream or a perch, and whilst you would argue that pink hydro is not the right thing to go looking for a 4-pound bream on, 5-pound bream on, the rig's balanced with the pink hydro and the 09 bottom, so in theory the fish gets tired before I do. Guy over the far banks just said it's gone quiet. So a colour runs through on this. I'm just looking for a bream that might have just been sitting there just off the ground bait, or a perch. It's going to find this irresistible. Last week ironically I caught some other more roach on the worm when I run the worm through. Right now I've just got to something grab it at the back of the peg. How long have I lost you all for? Are you there? This will be 2 weeks in a row where this camera's locked up. Can you just say we're still here, somebody? If you're still there. I think just my connection went. It's reconnected itself by the look of it, which is convenient because I don't really want to have to do it. Perfect, thanks Andy. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that. It's the last 2 weeks. It's been this thing. I might have to just reset the camera back to factory settings and then set it back up again, because it's twice now. Or it's just because of the atmospheric conditions, it's a bit moody and that's what's causing the problem. I don't know, but interesting little spell there where I don't know if I disconnected from what I was saying to you, but the fish didn't come back as quick, and then they have come back, but they want me to hold it back a little bit more, so just adjusting slightly. Couple that are smaller, but if I can keep putting fish in the net, then you know I'm doing the right thing. Keep this speed up. Get into this rhythm. They're in the target area. Just got to hold it back a little bit more than I was at the beginning of the match. So approaching it by that tree, target area here. Slow it down a little bit, Graham. Slow it down. Slow it down. There's my bite. A little bit further than I wanted it, but I got it. Come back with a fish. Someone said to me, I don't know if I've said it before, I probably have, on a different stream, but if you can just keep putting fish in the net, Graham, you're making it all the harder for the guy that's chasing your weight, and you might be closing on the guy that's in front of your weight. Just keep putting fish in the net. You know, if I can keep catching at this rate for the whole match, I think Oblique's grabbed that rig because the float didn't settle properly. If I can keep catching at this rate, yeah, look, Oblique. Telltale sign that the Obliques sit in the top of the water. They have a upturned, sort of extended bottom lip. They feed off the top, so they're at the top like that. That's why that bottom lip's so long. When you put your rig in, because I fish with 2 droppers, it's telltale straight away that Oblique's grabbed it when the float doesn't settle properly, because the float doesn't sit at the right height. So anyway, I don't know what I was saying. What was I saying? Put fish in the net and you cause a lot of problems with the other angles. Right, target zone, hold it back, hold it back, hold it back. Slow it right down. That's half speed. Angle on that float, let it go a little bit. Let that bait drop. There's your bite. What I'm planning to do next year or what I'm thinking about, yeah, it'll be next year now, is I'm gonna splash a little bit of cash and get myself a camera where you can see what's going on the float. So I'm not sure that I'd have enough time to set it up during a match, but I might do a couple of, you know, trips back to the peg and recreate the match type thing, just so you can see, because I'm aware that no one can see the float. But I need to be able to do it for the right amount of money and effort and achieve the results I'm looking to achieve, you know, without hiring a camera crew. And still getting ready in terms if it's a match. Right, my bite needs to be here. No, well, I got a bite, it was just a bit further down there. So that's half an hour gone since the top up. Just more than that, you know, just the fish have sort of just returned, so I'm still going to top up on time. The stamp has dropped though. The stamp has dropped. These are smaller fish, in case you're wondering what I mean by that. You need to say the stamp has dropped or the quality of the fish has dropped. And in terms of these roach, that means that these fish I'm catching right now are half the size of the ones I was catching before. Yeah, this is going to make a massive difference, but keep going at it, Graham. Somebody's caught a bream or a pike to my left. It's not a roach. Now I've got to try and listen out for what that is. It splashed once, which suggests it's a pike. As if it's gone for a fish as he's brought it in. If it's a bream, I expect it to make another splash. Right down the end of the peg. Already thinking about topping up. It took a little bit longer to get these fish back in this area, and there is a few fish there now. Just slow it down enough. There, look. See, they're there. I don't want them to leave. I can't afford them to leave. The stamp is much smaller though. So I'm going to top up now, so I don't want them to go. bait, some hemp, some caster. Nice and accurately putting 2 more balls over the same spot. Just check the top kit's alright. Just come up to 12 o'clock, just coming up to the first hour and a half. I've got a few powder fish in the net. I had a good start, catching a good quality stamper roach, and then did alright on that for about 30 minutes. Then the stamp just sort of thinned out a little bit, started to catch some fish further down the peg, so I topped up as expected, 45 minutes, and then I struggled for a period of about 20 minutes where I couldn't really sort of find the fish again. Though I don't think they kind of came up back to the target zone as quickly as I wanted them to, but they did come up in the end. I just had another run of fish, but I've topped up again now. I don't want the fish to go back down the river because there's another angler that's fishing exactly the same way as me, so I don't want them to go down into his peg. Equally, I don't want them to go up to the next guy's peg, so you know, we're not too far apart. I don't want to be competing for the same fish, so I've topped it up again. We'll keep going for it. See if I can get into another rhythm. I've just got to remember to slow it down. That's the key today. Slow it down a little bit more. After the first run I didn't need to, but certainly the second little run of fish, I wanted it slower through this zone here. I still do. I am wondering though, after an hour and a half, is my pace good enough? And do I need to spend some time, you know, having a look for a bonus bream on a pole feeder with a double worm? Last week my rhythm was good enough and I decided to just keep catching roach. This week I've just gone to this sort of quieter spell and I'm wondering about it more. Could be a much bigger gamble though. That's way down to take that fish, but luckily I've got enough of a run to do it. But what are you doing all the way down there? Got to remember that it is longer for me. I'm fishing 13 metres. It takes longer to ship out, longer to bring them back. You know, the guy up from me is fishing much closer. It'll be much quicker. So I've got to get a fish every run. And that's either, okay, that was, I think that was my pike, was it? Yeah, there's no hook length on there. No hook and no fish. I said it would happen. You hook a fish and you go, oh, roach, and you ship it back. And then when I turn back round, I see that the elastic's out significantly. It means that a pike's grabbed it. The pike has chosen to break the hook length pretty quick. It's just a factor of river fishing, you know, there's loads of roach. So it's just right that there's a predator waiting to eat them all. I just need it to not do it very often. In case you're wondering, I don't count in matches. If I catch a pike, it's just got to go back in the river. Can't go in the keep net. It would have a field day eating everything that's in my keep net. Just going to settle down, post topping up, see if I can get these fish in this target zone. Again, you know, if it's in the right place, it's a lot quicker to get them back than if I hook them further down the peg. And the further I hook them down the peg, the more chance there is that a pike's going to eat them. Spot. Beautiful bite then. Oh, look at that, there's a big old swirl as I come back round. Look, the pike is hungry in my peg. Just as I've turned back to look at that, then I can see the swirl left by the pike. I can do without that. got to try and get these fish out as quick as possible. What do we think, chap? I feel like this pike is causing me problems. Lost one fish to it. I've seen it swirl. Just actively feeding. The swirl was after. It's tried to go for another fish after I've caught the first. It's had the first one. Assuming it's one pike, could well be more than one pike. On a day when I need to be catching good stamp roach. And I think the reason that good stamp roach end up as good stamp roach is because that when the pike comes along they go, but the little fish remain. All right, but I've had a pike turn up and it's still hunting in the peg. Yeah, it's taken one fish, but I've just seen it swirl for another one. So it's one or more, but I was having a few roach until then. You? I had a decent stamp to start with, and that only lasted for about 30 minutes. And now they've halved in size. Yeah. I just don't know how much problem the pike's going to be. Scattering them, I think. Quick chat with next door, quick exchange of how are you doing. Just a bite, I think, in the same place for 3 runs. And I don't know, I think it's just getting caught on the bottom. There's something's come down the river, just sort of come to rest. I'm getting snagged on it. Pace has slowed right down. Very aware of it. Just trying to work out what I can do about it. Pace has slowed down and the stamp slowed down. These little silver bream, they don't weigh anything. If you catch them, you know, bigger ones, then that's all right. But these little ones don't weigh a thing. So I need to be very conscious of the time and what I think may be going on. Right, so if I've got a pike line in my peg, let's assume it's 9 on my ground bait. That's a better stamp. Then can't do much about it. It's either gonna just continue munching on fish, but I might need to commit to the pole feeder then, try and catch a bream, because the pike are a bit big but the bream are big and I'm not too sure if they put them off. Like, do the pike put the bream off? I'm not sure. I know there's bream to be caught in this section of the river. You see, if you can keep catching roach all day, it's a lot more of a guaranteed, you know, weight builder than, you know, gambling on catching bream. But there's bream to be caught here. The conditions are right for it, you know. But I am gambling that my catch rate is just not fast enough. It would be very easy though for the pike to move. So we got 4, you know, imagine from that gate there in that field, I'm angler number 4, number 5, and then probably the next 5 anglers are all fishing the same sort of method, right? So the pike that's next to me today could end up next to, you know, the pike that's next to me now could end up next to somebody in 10 minutes. Or it could be that we all end up with our own little pet pike. Trying to scupper the day. So I topped up early, so it's been about 25 minutes. Whatever happens, I still need to keep topping up at the same rate. Excuse me. If the fish aren't eating the bait there, I suspect that all that happens is they drop down the peg and then they eat the loose feed offerings further down. You know, it's not that they're not getting eaten. Oh, not today, Mr. Pike. I don't know if you saw that. But pike went for that as I started to bring it out of the water. Luckily for the fish and for me, I made it. But it's clearly hungry. Can you draw this pike into your peg, please? It's great when I imagine what life's like in the river. You know, you've got all these roach and they're, you know, very happily eating this ground bait and these loose feed offerings and stuff. And this pike turns up. And now it's some kind of desperate, you know, fight for survival. They're trying to eat the bait and the pike's trying to eat them. The unlucky ones are the ones that I hook, because then they flash around a little bit more in the river. Oh, I'm missing bites down the back of the peg. I'm not sure why. Not sure why I'm missing the bites. Let's try and catch fish, as I said, further up here. But I feel they're dropping back. That's way down the peg. Go back to single maggot. It could be that the size of fish is just grabbing the maggot and not taking the hook properly. see if I can form some thoughts about topping up again. And what I'm thinking is, there's enough fish there, and there's a pike there, and maybe I just need the pike to get it full of fish and then give it up. What I don't know, because I'm not experienced enough yet, is how many fish this pike wants to eat. But I need it to eat enough and go. So to do that, I think I need to keep drawing enough fish into the peg. Ironic as it is. So another few runs, another couple of fish, and I'll top up on the half hour. I think that's about the right timing. Yeah. Right, come on, another fish. I don't know how behind we're on the comments, but I just seen your comment pop up now. Yeah, I think it'd be good. Can you come along right now with a pike rod, a dead bait on it, please? Or pop round my house and grab my pike rod. Dead baits are in the freezer. This pike's ruining my match. I need to catch it. Right. All balls of ground bait. Cast that. Oh, they they love a dead bait round here. They love a dead bait. I'll not check that top kit. Just gonna get a habit of checking those sections when I top up. Constant shipping in, shipping out, they work their way loose. Right. thinking we're going to have to find a time to sit on the pole feeder for a bit though, at some point during the match. Might not be long, but I think it needs a bit of time. Right, let's time the next 45 minutes how many fish you get, okay? So that's one. We'll time the next 25 minutes. One fish. Let's have a bait off it, cheeky fish. Certainly not catching quick enough. Just trying to work out again is the fish decide they want it at a different speed. So to hold it back further. Single maggot, double maggot. I'm just trying to change a few things over. That's why I'm not chatting too much. Just trying to focus for a minute. Things are changing on me and I need to react, work it out. There's 3 bites allowed now and no fish. A boat coming down the river now. Good step roach. Double maggot. another fish this run. Come on, make that bite. Make that bite. Hold it back. Get that bite. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Okay, at the bite. Oh. Look at the pike. Good job, Roach. I think by the end of the 5 hours, this is going to be my most pike strikes in one match. It's definitely hungry. Right, this is, maybe that's the guy that's on my bank. This is the far bank guy shouting over towards my bank. Got how many fish? How many's that? 3? That's what I was going to count for 25 minutes, didn't I? And I've instantly forgotten because the pike tried to eat one. Right, I said it was 3. What's that? 3 in 10 minutes. They're not very big, couple of ounces each. going, Graham? Oh, I've gone a bit quiet. I'm not too chatty. Just trying to focus and think, you know, am I catching enough? Am I the only one with the pike problem? You know, what can I do about it? Maybe nothing. Maybe I just have to keep putting it through and catch what I can. You know, I'm still catching. You know, it's not as if I'm not catching, right? It's not as if there's not fish in the net, but it's not a bite of chuck every run through. There's run throughs where I don't get a bite. Like this one. Fish sitting on the end of it. I've got to get that in quick. That's a long way away. Oh. So I think I'm probably at £2 an hour pace and not £4 an hour pace, you know? I suspect that's what it is. Is it enough? That's the question. Where's the fish? Right, at least he said the runner for the other teams on the far bank. He's saying that he's called his mate to my right. He's saying that he's in a proper fish race for our section. Well, I'm not running a race. That's 4 or 5 runs through now without a fish on the end of it. change bait to throw pinky, see if I can stimulate a bite. Gets a lot of chub on fluoro pinkies. I don't know why, but they seem to love them. So I was going to time it how many fish I have in that half an hour. That's nearly the half an hour. I think I've had 4 fish. Give me a roach. So, coming up to 5 to 1, nearly half, just 5 minutes before half time in the match. I got a few pound in the net. I presume it's probably about, I don't know really, how much have I got? Started well, good first hour, maybe 3 pound in the second hour, 4, maybe 5 pound in the net. And but my catch rate has just fallen off a cliff. I've had a pike in my peg for the last hour, and it's had 1 fish, it's swirled, tried to take another couple. I think what's happening is the bigger fish, bigger snapfish left. They cleared out because they were definitely here at the start. It's a small silver bream on the pole feeder. Am I going to do it towards the end of the match, or am I going to do it in the middle? I'm not too sure. It could be pretty soon though, just to have a look, because I'm not catching, I don't feel, enough roach quickly enough to pressure for the section win. I just don't feel like it's right. So I might top up in 5 minutes. Got a couple more balls in. Get that pole feeder over the top, double dendrobina on. See if I can catch myself a bream. It's the roach. Just aren't quick enough. They aren't big enough for me to think I'm going to win it on them. So, for a few more runs, I've just switched to catching a couple of fish on double fluoro pinky. So, we'll see if this pans out for the next 5 minutes, maybe. Maybe change bait's going to work for me, but if it doesn't, then I think we're going to be spending a half hour on the pole feeder in a minute, having a quick look for a bonus fish. My catch rate is certainly not £4 every half an hour, so I think it might be worth a gamble. Oh, I do need a quick comfort break, so please excuse me a minute while I put the camera down. That's not going to work, is it? Oh, maybe it will. Right. Don't go anywhere as my dad would have said. Right, excuse me a second while I just sort that back out. Right, I feel like the time is right to have a quick look, a bit of a gamble, to see if there's a bonus bream in the peg. So I'm just going to put this hook length okay. So we've got a bit of a mess. So pretty simple, 8-pound main line, feeder on a running line, on a running bead, stave link, Guru speed bead, 3-foot tail, to a size 12 MWGB from Guru. Just need to put it to the side and top up, and then we'll be away. Oh, I forgot my pole over there. As I said, I don't think I'm catching enough roach. You know, unless the person in the first peg has got a pike problem, then I've fallen behind for sure. Now I don't know, you know, this is match fishing, right? This is some of the gambles and decisions you have to make during the course of a match, not knowing what everyone else has caught. I just feel as if I'm not catching enough, so I'm okay. I'm comfortable that I'm going to sacrifice 4 fish for half an hour on the pole feeder, when those 4 fish are only going to be worth 10 ounces, and I might catch myself a £5 bream. That's a gamble I'm willing to take. So 2 balls in, and then we'll get the pole feeder out and have a quick look. So 2 worms through the head, take the tail off. Very confident in that as a bream bait. Then we'll put some hemp, some caster in that feeder. Slow right down, the pike's still there. Right, so we'll drop that down a little bit. It's a little bit too high, that. There we go. Right, one end on the rod pole so I can feel everything. Have a quick drink. Time for some lunch. when the fish, sort of all sorts of things happens, Dennis. I'll try and talk you through it. So imagine that bait's on the bottom. Fishes kind of grab it and then pull. First thing happens, I would say, and maybe this is all simultaneously, but the first thing I'll say is you can feel it in the pole. So when that fish pulls, you can feel it. I've got my hand on the pole here, and when the fish pulls, you can feel it in the pole. Number two, you will see movement in the tip at the end, and number three is you'll see the elastic stretch. So remember, when that fish grabs it, it's pulling against that pink hydro. That's the first thing, but you can feel it straight away. So yeah, you can feel it, you see the elastic, and you sometimes see the tip, depending on how vicious the bite is. If you imagine a 4 pound, 5 pound, 6 pound bream just grabs it and decides to swim off downstream with it, you know, everything happens in a split instant. The black hydro comes out, you feel the thump on the pole. Like that. Although that's not a big bream. What's that? I probably caught myself a pike. What is that? It's a big roach. It's going to get eaten by the pike. What is that? You greedy little perch. Now that me. Not quite what I was expecting. A little bit far out that time, but it's in the general area. Right, if you could ask Dennis, can you ask me what's it like when you hook a bream on the pole feeder? Can you be more specific? About a pole feeder, it does allow for a quick snack break. Yeah, of course. Just let me finish my Mars bar. other confectionery is available, just in case anyone wonders. This is not sponsored. The fish is just over 5 minutes, and I'm going to put it in again. I said I was gambling, you know, catching 3 or 4 fish that were a couple of ounces each, so come on. I need my local confidence that I can catch a bream on a pole feeder to shine through right now. Excuse me. Hopefully, Gary. Hopefully. There's loads of bream in the stretch. Absolutely loads. You know, I'm very confident about that. But you know, it's a gamble whether you set out for them or not, you know. Just because there's loads in the stretch doesn't mean there's one sitting in my peg right now, you know. There's a lot of river. And there's a lot of other people's bait in the river, so you know, why are they going to be in front of me and not someone else? But it's worth a gamble to have a quick look. Right, some hemp, cast it, and we'll put some fluoro pinkies in. You know, I was umming and ahhing a lot last week about should I spend half an hour looking for them or not. I was catching £4 an hour. Did I want to waste £2, you know? As it turns out, I could have done. You know, I won the match with weight to spare, but only, you know, only £5, you know, there's not, there wasn't a lot in it. So if I'd have gone out on this last week and I hadn't caught, I would have only won the match by £2, and that's not a lot, as people would say. It's a bit like looking down the edge on a carp menu. I could do it, but I should only do it for a limited amount of time. They're either there or they're not, and if they're not there, I don't really want to have to wait for them. That's too much to gamble. You know, my catch rate has slowed right down, but I was probably still on £2 an hour. So I'll give this 10 minutes. That's all I'm going to do. Wow, I didn't realise there were so many people watching. Afternoon, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. It's all a bit quiet at the moment. I'm looking for a bonus fish. I caught well to start with, then it died off. There's a pike in the peg. It's trying to eat my fish, so my catch rate has slowed down. I'm trying to look now for a bonus fish to get me back up to where I think I need to be. Now, I can't see the people to my left and I can't see the guy to my right, so I don't know what they're catching, but I would assume that, you know, one of the people in this section is on for £20 a roach. So at this point, just after the halfway, they must have £10. I've maybe got 5, so I need a bonus fish to bring me back. And if I can catch a bream, then I'll be happy to stay on this for a little bit longer to try and find another one. But if not, I need to knock it on the head, get back to trying to catch £2 a roach an hour, and try and get double figures of roach for the end of the match. So I could spare some time, but not a lot. Not a lot. That's a roach he's caught to my right, I heard it. Then maybe just stopping catching those roach for half an hour just makes that pike lose interest. Maybe it goes downstream or upstream. Just go and sit in someone else's peg. Come on, bonus bream, you've got 5 more minutes to turn up. 4 minutes. Thanks, Martin. Not so good this week. I started off at a great pace for about 45 minutes, and then a pike moved into the peg. I think that's when it moved in. Slowed my catch rate down. Ate one of my fish. Tried to eat a few more. Great entertainment. Not good for fishing. Interestingly, I'm the next peg down. So there's, I don't know, 35 anglers fishing today, and I'm next door to where I was the week before, and the week before I was the next door to the week before that. Just working my way down the river. I'm just looking for a bonus fish because I feel I must have lagged behind on the weights. So just trying to see what I can do. So only 3 more minutes though, then that's my half an hour wasted. Well, not wasted, invested. There is some irony into the fact that I came fishing on this stretch of river twice this week to catch pike. I did catch 2 or 3 with the kids, and not more, but now I've got one in my peg. Come on, you've got a minute and a bit. Come on, Bream. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. 30 seconds more. That's slow. It might get another look in at the end of the match, but we'll see how we go. back on double maggot. I'm on Otney's Field 2, but for the competition I'm on peg B4 today. On the River Thames, if that wasn't clear. But yeah, I'm the same stretch of river, just down from where I've been for the last 2 matches, and I'll curse myself by winning those 2 matches. Now what I need to... Oh, where's that fish gone? Now what I need to remember is I topped up just before I went for that half an hour, so it's only going to be about another 15 minutes before I top up again. Fish at the back of the peg, sort of fun. Go back to the same process again of trying to work out, are they here, how do they want it, hold it back, let it run. I've gone back to double maggot. I'll do a couple of runs on this, but then I'll be back on the double fluoro pinky. Fish at the back of the peg. I'm wondering now if maybe what happens is the pike sits on the ground bait and they drop back, so maybe I need to be happier catching them further back. Maybe I've not faced this situation enough to know what to do to combat it. I think I might have lost a shot off that float as well. Yeah, I've lost another shot. Need to quickly replace that. She's going back to fluoro pinkies. Back to catching fish. See if I can speed it all up, neaten it up. Not forget to top up in a bit. Top up time's when? 5 minutes. Yes. We couldn't use all of the sections of the river we wanted to, so we're using both sides of this section. So those fish are back on the target zone, which is good. Just, you know, sort of through here where I want them. But they do want it held back. Well, not that's the problem. It's very often exactly how the fish want it. Looks like we've got some fluoro pinkies as well, so we'll stay on that as the hook bait. Let's chopping worm on the far bank. Maybe he's going to start looking for a bonus fish. Which way are you going, mate? Guys, driving a boat? I don't know what the right phrase is. It's not sailing it. I don't know. He's going down the river and he's chatting to the people in the back. And I don't really think he's watching what he's doing. And the fastest ever canal boat is hacking up the river. And I think that they narrowly avoided a collision, those two. A few bites to be had. There's a relatively good 5 minutes. So I'm meant to top up, so we'll do it after this run. Oh, got that fish. I don't know if I'm sometimes bumping those fish because the elastic's so soft, or whether it's just that I'm bumping them, you know. I don't know. I need someone to tell me. Right. See if I can catch on single maggot. Just because single maggot is quicker to put on than double pinky. And only a good hour and a half. Is there anything I can do to speed this up? Would be good. Okay, just coming up. It's a little bit early, but got about an hour and a half to go. Just gone back on the pole, just had a few roach. And I'm wondering, Mr. Bite there, if the pike has left. So maybe actually the best thing to do when the pike comes is to try and stop I'll say stop catching, that's not the right thing, but do something else. And maybe the pike was there because of the constant noise of the roach, and now I've stopped catching them for that half an hour. It's decided to go, and because it's decided to go, the roach have decided to come back, and now I've started catching again. I have no idea if that's right. I also think that maybe you could fish another line, you know, a shorter line or something like that, maybe. But maybe that's the key to getting rid of the pike, is to get rid of what's attracting them in the first place. Maybe that's it. I'll probably hook a pike now, but all I know is that my catch rate since going on the pole feeder has got better. He says I don't get a bite. Right down the back of the leg. I'm not sure if the maggot's as good as the double pinky though. So, got to quickly work that out. behind this no bite. Switch it back. Missing a few bites, so the rig's getting a little bit caught up. Not sure what it is. Just a few bites there. Just coming up to an hour and a half to go, so little overview. I've just started catching a few fish again. I'm just missing a few bites, but I'd caught and then had trouble with a pike, and it slowed it all down and was attacking my fish a little bit, and then I thought I fell behind, so I went on the pole feeder for half an hour looking for a bonus fish. Managed to catch me a 3-ounce perch, 2-ounce perch, and maybe even not even that. But it may have just settled the peg a little bit. The pike might have left. I just started catching fish again. They're not a good stamper fish, you know. They're not the quality of fish I was catching at the beginning. But there's fish there, and now if others are starting to struggle, maybe that little rest is going to bring me some late run advantage. So I've got to try and be efficient but accurate, fast, and see if I can put a good weight together in this last hour and a half. few feeders starting to go in. I think people are just... There's one going into my left on the far bank, one downstream on the far bank. People are deciding they need to do something to catch up with the rest of the people in their section, so they've got to make a gamble. There, I need to catch there. Catching down there is a little bit too... It's a little bit too long. Down there, I can't distinguish there between bites in the bottom. I think I've got one pinky eating. It might be the sign of a bleak. Let's just quickly go back to single maggot. I had just caught a couple of bleak. That could be why I'm getting those bites but not hooking any fish. Come on, I need it to get better, not slow down again. Oh. It's not bad, I managed to hook myself in the hat. Good job, Graham. So my maggots are getting smashed, so it suggests there's a bunch of bleak in the peg. They're notorious for just nipping the end of the maggot and bursting it. So quick double maggot, see if I can put them off, catch a roach, and if not I'll have a quick try on a caster. All of this however is costing me time. I hear people shouting about, you must have £20 then. I don't know, maybe this is the guy in my section. Who knows? Oh yeah, so it's because I got excited about catching a few fish, then they're gone again. Minutes now without a fish, really. Not good. Come back into the cast that's missing. Back to the pinky then. Just look at the time. Hour and a quarter. I think that's my pike. I'm pretty sure that was a roach when I hooked it. That is my pike. Another section of pole needed, I think. I think my rope just turned into a pike. Look at that. It's a lot of elastic, isn't it? Oh, look at, there we go. There we go. So here is the offending fish. Possibly this is the offending fish.
Is that the pike again?
I'm going to net it.
Is that the pike?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I started to catch a few fish, and then
Start getting them again.
it all goes quiet again. I don't know if it's this one, but anyway.
Try and get them out.
I'm trying. I've got 5 sections in the air. Eh?
How many other fish have you got?
Oh, I've got about £5 maybe. These count today, right? These count today? Yeah. No, I mean the pike. Oh. Now, clatter off, pike. I could just see my furrow pinkies in the corner of his mouth. Now maybe, just maybe, that means the pike will go. And I'll start catching again. Let's think positively about this. Oh, I wanted to catch that for everyone. You can't weigh them in, but I just wanted to catch to show everyone. Oh, I need to top up, I think. Maybe I'll have to make a montage today of my best pike moments. I don't even think that the fish has graced me that content. The old work this. Right, where are we? Fluoro pinkies. Let's keep going. Right. Try again. These things are sent to try me. Hook a decent roach, back of the peg, avoid the pikes. I'm concluding there's more than one. Avoid the pike, bring it in, miss it, drop it, tangle rig. Come on, Graham. £6 maybe. If I can have a good hour, then I can make that £8. I'm just struggling to get it going. I think I've got a little thing, you know. I think the peg's been decimated by pike, you know. Hooking one is always good evidence that you've had trouble with pike during the day. I'm not sure if there wasn't a swirl then for this roach. So we'll have a look, you know, we'll keep it up. I'm going to keep up with this for half an hour. And then maybe I'll finish on the pole feeder, I don't know. If I can just get some roach going, and I think I can put £2 in the net, then I'll carry on with this. You know, this is down there is outside of the target area. Yeah, way outside the target area, but I think what's maybe happening is the fish are dropping back and back and back because it's a big old bleak, because the pikes are just sitting in the peg with a pike. Not much you can do. I said there's not much you can do. I suspect you have to have another line. Trouble is my line's short. There's a snag down there. I think it's like those cabbages. So, you know, I can't fish short in this peg. When I was plumbing up earlier today, there's a problem. I wonder if you can like come on a different line and, you know, try and put a ball of ground back there and draw the fish away from where the pike's in. I don't know, but I'll have to speak to some people who know a lot more than me about what to do when a pike turns up. But I suspect the answer is you just got to carry on. So, you know, it is what it is. I can't do anything about it, but I do think, based on the start I could have had a much better day here today. Okay, you know, that's worth £2 at this rate, you know. And I'll take that, you know. I'll take that. What I don't need is my rig tangling like that. For no good reason. 25 minutes to go. Run on a worm. Go under, go under, go under, go under. Come on, Bream. Go under. Might be the bomb. Come on, Bream. Be there. Come on, Bream. Be there. I'm really not sure now whether I should sit on the pole feeder and hope for a bream. Based on my roach catch rate, I'm going to catch about another 4 roach in the next hour. Thanks, Andy. We'll see. We'll see. Certainly something on the bottom there, I think. I've looked at it enough times. Well, it just gets dragged down. I think maybe there's something there that's just dragging the rig. I've not hooked it, whatever it is. Maybe it's a crayfish that catches my rig every now and then. Keep going, I'll keep running through the motions. I'm catching, you know, the odd fish, and I think the odd fish is going to have to do for the rest of the day. I don't know if there's a way to line some up a little bit more. Definitely something down there though. So that fish, you know, up here, I catch some fish over the target zone, some fish way down the bottom. I'm wondering if I could put in, you know, a couple of mega rich balls, but I'm not sure there's the quantity of fish there now. I might just slow my catch rate down. Not that it's very fast, but Try and keep catching is the important thing. Not worried about the size, just right now I've just got to keep putting fish in the net. Come on, Graham. Maybe a bream's not going to be able to resist this double fluoro pinky. Keep catching, you know. It's just I know that I'm probably transmitting this sort of up and down mood of can't catch enough, you know. I'm just trying to work out how to catch more consistently, catch a better stamp, catch every put in, you know. I'm just verbalizing all of that. But despite, you know, losing a few fish, I'm catching. As you can see, I'm just trying to work out how to make it better. Last week was great for teaching me what £4 an hour felt like, you know, in terms of fish and stamp. So it's a good base, you know. What does a £20 weight feel like? Coming from a background of catching a load of carp and F1s, catching a load of roach is a different thing entirely. So it's good to try and learn what it feels like to catch that sort of weight. But yeah, so I'm just trying to work out how to catch more. I'm really enjoying myself. Oh, I've got about £7 a roach, but welcome in from Florida. Unfortunately, there is no snook or redfish or rays or grouper or Goliath grouper or greenbacks, pinfish. What else might you be fishing for? Eels, shark, none of them, but we're catching roach. I think my stream is appearing on US YouTube for sure. US channels are dominated by bass fishing, fishing off the coast, catfish fishing. I don't think you'll see many anglers catching roach in a fishing match, but welcome to the stream. I spent 18 months in Florida and caught a few fish, so anyone from Florida is more than welcome in my channel. The fish I'm catching today you would just use as bait for snook. Bronco, I'm fishing on the River Thames in England. The thing about loose feeding the hemp, Steve, is the fish can become hooked on just wanting to eat hemp, as I understand it. That's the advice I have from other anglers. So if you put too much in, they can just become obsessed with it. And if you're fishing a stick float down a river, then that's okay. But because I'm trying to catch roach over ground bait, because I don't have long runs, right? Imagine, you know, a really long run, but I've got a bush to my left and I've got a bush to my right. So my run is only, you know, as far as you can see. So it's not, this is my view on the world, it's not designed for fishing a stick float. You know, this part of the river doesn't lend itself to fishing a stick float. You know, it's not like I can trot it down there. I can't. So I'm trying to catch these roach over a couple of metre period or distance in the river, over the ground bait that I've put in. So yeah. Right, what's the time? 3 o'clock. I just had a couple of fish, and then last couple of runs, nothing. Right down the back of the peg. So 3 o'clock. Anyway, rest of that hemp that, and some pinky. Got to make a ball quickly and then put it in before the pinky wriggle their way out of the ground bait. So what I'm happy about is just going into this last half hour, despite the pike that's been in my peg causing me all sorts of problems. I've managed to keep the peg going all day long. You know, certainly I was struggling in the summer months with the peg just going on me, but I think I've got a better understanding now of how to keep the fish in the peg for longer. Topping up more regularly is certainly the key. So a little summary, I guess, going into the last half hour. I've not had a bad match. I've not caught as many as I wanted to, for sure. I've had some pike problem today. At one point I had the pike on for a good 5 minutes. I was trying to net it. But eventually snapped my rig, or snapped my hook length. But usual start to the match. I put in 10, 11 balls today, I think, put them in. I balled some, cupped some, and same again, usual bait in the mix, 250mm caster, 250mm hemp and some dead maggot. Caught straight away, decent stamper roach, not this sort of size, but twice as big as this, maybe even a bit bigger. Caught straight away. I'm doing right for about 40 minutes, and then I think that was at the point where the fish started to fade off a little bit, and I think a pike turned up at that point. Lost the fish to a pike, topped up, caught some more, but they never really came back as strongly as they were there at the beginning. And then I've caught intermittently in sort of a few little runs of good little runs of like 3 or 4 fish. I've kept topping up every 45 minutes, just as I have on the previous couple of weeks. But as I said, I have had a pike or multiple pike in the peg today, and they've caused me a bit of problem. I think they've spooked the fish, scattered them a little bit. So it's put a bit of a dampener on things. I spent 30 minutes on the pole feeder just having a look to see if I could find a bonus bream. That didn't work, but I do think that helped make the pike lose interest, and it left. And I think as I started to catch again, that's what brought the pike back into the peg. So it's unfortunate, it happens, can't do anything about it. Just as it happens to me today, it could have happened to people all over the river and last week and stuff, so it is what it is. But on the plus side, I've caught plenty of fish, enjoyed myself, and I'm still getting bites with half hour to go, so pleased with that. No bites too, settled out. Catching this, only not catching. Right, let's quickly try a fur pinky again. Come on, bonus bream. Now's the time to show. fell off. It's a bleak right down the end of the peg. Oh, look at the smashed mag up. Right. Come on. Keep going. 20 minutes to go.
How's it going, Graham?
Yeah, not too bad, James. Not too bad. I've had pike problem all day.
Have you?
Yeah, I had one on for a while. Nearly, I was going to net it, but it decided to spit the hook at one point. But yeah, I've been plagued by them, and I think that they're coming in, sitting over the bait, spooking the fish.
What do you reckon you've got weight-wise?
If I've got £8, I'll be delighted.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
There's a guy on 2 saying he's got 7 or 8, but I think he's got 10. So you're catching so fast. So,
Yeah, I went off really well.
yeah, I saw you did.
Went off really well. Stamp was good. And like I said, I think just the pike have come in and clearly decided to ruin my day. But I caught a few. I don't know what else has been caught. Has a lot been caught today? Everyone was £5 in the net.
There'll only be 1 or 2 double-figure weights in the whole match.
Oh really?
Yeah.
But everyone's got 5.
In your section, I always knew it's going to be close. I think.
No, I would imagine that most people have caught though, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. That's what I mean. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of people in the 6 to 10 pound.
Yeah. That's what I think. I could just get a bite. It's tight then. Now, what did I just say? £8. If I've got £8, I'll be delighted. I don't think I have. I think I've caught too slowly for that. It doesn't feel to me like I've caught £8. Be interesting to see. It's a good winter league, this, you know. Oxford Winter League is a good winter league to be part of. Stamp of Anglers is good, you know. You've got a team from Drennan you know, that are absolutely top class, that fish, and you've got a lot of other anglers and other teams that are great quality. So I'm fishing up against really good anglers, and I've got a little bit of a home field advantage. But that said, I'm only a year into my river fishing really. It's the second year I've really sort of gone for it match wise on here, so I'm kind of happy with my performance. Minutes to go. Come on, Graham, catch some more fish. Just took that bait. It's too many runs without a bite. Only if I've had a bite, and yeah, I clearly have lost a pinky. As ever, I won't post the weigh-in, but I will update this live stream. So I'll publish this live stream when I get home. I'll quickly make a thumbnail for it, publish the live stream, and I'll put my weight on there so people know what I caught for the day. But I'm still 50 yards though. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, it's a bit laggy, isn't it? Well, you'll be able to see all the highlights when I finish editing the highlights. We have a good 15 minutes. Maybe that ground bait's worked, brought those fish into the peg. They just certainly not the easiest to see, this red tip in this low light visibility on this river. Need to have a think about that for next week. The AS7s are really nice floats, but then Jonah did bring out the AS8. They have an interchangeable tip, slightly different shaped body, but it would allow me to switch it for a black or a yellow. I might see better. 8 minutes to go. Can't go and catch a few more. Check that bait again, too many runs with no indication makes me think that something's not right with the bait. Nope, bait's fine. It's just no fish. Five minutes to go. Come on, 2 more fish. Definitely still odd fish in the peg, but the numbers are not there to create the competitiveness to nail that bait every time. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but I've dragged on that all day long and I've struck on it all day long. The thing is, sometimes I get a bite just at the same sort of place. So maybe the river just comes up just a little bit. I didn't see it when I plumbed up, but when I plumbed up I was primarily focused on the main run, not right on there. Come on, one more. Single maggot, come on. Let's do it. I've got a couple of minutes. I've got a minute. That's my lot. That's my lot. Right. Yeah, not sure, Dennis, not sure. Have I done enough to compete? Don't know. But you know, as always, thanks for watching. I will just lift the fish and have a quick look, because I reckon I can sling them back in without falling in. So let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. There's not 8 pounder fish in there, that's for sure. But that's my lot. So as I said, I'll weigh in and I'll post the weights. I'll see if I can get the weights for the whole section and post them up at the end of the day. So thanks for watching, I appreciate it. As I said,